fairness, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Roll call, Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Slota?
Here.
Mr. Simonis?
Here.
Mr. Johnson? Mr. Hulbert?
Here.
Mr. Warden?
Here.
Okay, communications?
Yeah, Thomas Eldridge, Planning Board member, resigned. I'll read his letter for the record. Adam, effective immediately, I'm resigning from my position on the Town of Shenango Planning Board. Thank you, Thomas Eldridge. That was Wednesday, January 14th, 2026. And if it was all right with the board, I was wondering if we could move the dog license late fee increase up to about $530, $540, so my deputy could be here for it as well. It's not a big deal either way.
Okay. Does the board, we'll see where we get to, is that what we
Yeah, and
wanna
I was
do?
anywhere around there, I'm okay with that.
Okay, we'll see where we get to. Okay, now we're gonna do open forum. Guests shall speak in an orderly fashion or limit remarks of 5 time minutes or less. The speaker shall deliver their comments or concerns in a civil tone and without the use of profanity, personal attacks, or other disruptive behavior, which may result in the offender's removal from the meeting. The speaker shall not be interrupted except for the matter of urgency. If anybody would like to speak, please come up to the microphone.
Hi, my name is Jeffrey Struce. I own 47 Jacobs Highway and 118 Kennedy Road. Due to this sewer and water line problem you guys are having, the last time you went through a bond, it raised my property taxes 100% on 118 Kennedy Road. That was back in 1984 or 5. You said it was going to be paid off over 10 years. It did not. Now you have a new one. This one raised my taxes 500%. Now, if I raise my tenant's rent 500%, I would be arrested. I don't know what this is all about, but 500% on your taxes is way too much. Is there a legal limit on how much you can tax?
We can't answer questions. This is your time to speak to
Okay,
the board.
well, anyway, I think that 500% increase in my taxes on 118 Kennedy Road is too much for something that the town uses for a town turnaround for the last 45 years, and it has nothing on it. So I don't know why I would have my taxes raised 500% this year, from $90 to $420 this year. And my other one, the assessment's off because obviously I bought the land for $1,100 a lot, and then I went and bought 3 more lots 20 years later at $900 a lot, okay? You've got it assessed at $4,700 and $12,000. That's a little high. I mean, if you're buying land for $900 a lot, why would it be assessed for $12,000? I mean, it's a little ridiculous because, I mean, obviously, you're selling the land a lot cheaper than the assessed value. So that's what I have to say. I am very upset with the sewer and water problem that you're having, and I don't think it should raise your taxes 500%. And that's all I have to say. And I hope that it gets fixed. Thank you.
Would anybody else like to speak to the board tonight? Not seeing anyone else, we are gonna go on to old business. We're gonna go 5.1, ZBA and planning appointments discussion. Everybody see the information there? The last one is a resignation, which the clerk has read, so we need to do something with planning. We're gonna be short.
I guess at the last meeting, we were trying to decide about if someone's time comes up for reappointment for the zoning board, if we were going to allow it, or they had to make sure they had enough training or such. Because we have a candidate on, or a person on the zoning board whose term is up at the end of last year. And we were deciding whether or not, what decision was going to be, if we're going to open up the seat or allow him to continue. I think that's where we left it at, right?
We did, and I was of the opinion to open the seat because of the number of candidates that you had. And I know, Dave, that you were part of that interview committee,
Right.
and you had a couple of candidates that you kind of had lined up that you thought that if there were vacancies on there, they would be very good additions to the zoning board.
I don't know how this works. Do we just do it ourselves, or do we allow input from the chairman of the zoning board, Mr. Brewster, to, if he has his opinions on how we should go? Or we
Well,
just,
I
we
do
just
think
eliminate?
that's up to the board to
Yeah.
ask for that opinion, which is fine, but the ultimate decision resides with
Okay.
the board. It's our appointment to make.
Yeah. I myself am for having a new person in the position, so yes. I'm vague. Did we actually vote to do that, or was that, we're gonna wait till Gene showed up, or something like that before we made the final vote?
We're having that discussion, and
Okay.
I don't think there's anything that would prevent us from appointing someone. You've interviewed candidates that you still have in that email, not unless the board feels to go through the advertisement and interview process again. But you had quite a few candidates last
Correct.
time, and you were part of that committee
Correct.
that I think endorsed 3 different candidates.
But are we okay that that happened 2 months ago? Is it still fresh? Or has time gone by that we have to redo the interview process? I'm not for it, but this is for input from us.
I think that's entirely up to us, isn't it? I don't think
It's
there's
entirely up to you. Yep,
an expiration date.
correct.
Me personally, I like to have the person who is next in line to take the position that is open. That is my recommendation.
I would support that position.
So according to the,
It was just, I didn't, what do you mean by the next in line?
Okay, when we had the interview process, we had five candidates come in. To me, all 5 of them were qualified for it, but we did rank them to who we thought would be.
In your ranking and your recommendation?
Correct,
That's-
correct.
I understood, thank you.
so the interview committee, if you read the first letter, gave their opinion to the board on how they would like to see the person be put in the position. And they had number 1, number 5, and then number 2 in that order. So number 1 was appointed to the zoning board already, that we did that back a while ago. So now you're saying number 5. Is that what you're
The
recommending?
next one in, yes, line, yes. The next one in ranking. Would be 5, yes.
And just so I'm clear, this person you're thinking to the zoning board, and then you're gonna discuss the
That's
open.
that's a different topic,
Yeah, okay.
Yep. Let's take care of the zoning board first, and then we can discuss the other board.
So I make a motion to have interview applicant number 5, take the open position that we presently have in the zoning board? Or, no, give them the offer to take the position? Is that what we're doing now? Because they have to accept it.
Yeah, I mean, if you appoint them and then they say, I don't want the position, then they rejected the appointment, and that's okay. And then you would just pick somebody else to take it. You don't have to do it like you'd normally do with regular paid employees, I think.
Was my motion good enough, or you want me to restate it?
You should use the person's name.
Yeah, you got, I don't have the name right, I don't have the sheet.
To appoint Elaine Miller to the Zoning Board of Appeals.
And that
I'll
would be to fill the vacancy with a term ending 5 years from now, or so in December 2031. Is that 5 years from now? Oh my God. Yeah. No, I think it's going to be December
No, it would be
2030.
2030.
2030, yeah. Yes, December 2030.
December 23rd.
I'll second that motion.
Okay, do we have any discussion?
Just some background, when we were in 2022, when we had conversations about training and planning board, ZBA member training, and them not obtaining the training that's required by the state. The state doesn't allow us to reappoint them if they don't have their current training. And the ethics board reviewed a case in 2022 with a recommendation to the town board to not reappoint that person. So I just the decision conversation we're having tonight is consistent with those past issues. I just wanted to interject that back into the conversation so that we know that we're being consistent. And it's there.
So you're talking about appointment.
I'm talking, but
Yeah.
I understand, but
You're
the
t- you're-
basis of this was because of a training issue and them not being there. I just want,
Yes.
that's the distinction that I'm having with it, so. That's all. But this is this is just discussion.
Yes. Okay.
That's all.
No, I understand. I just,
Okay.
No, the individual that we're not reappointing had 0 hours. It wasn't like they were close.
And his term expired.
Correct.
So to Gene's point,
Yes.
there was no reason to reappoint.
Right.
We're staying consistent from our previous discussions.
And I'm 100% aligned. No more discussion.
okay. Everybody good? All right.
Mr. Slota?
Aye.
Mr. Simonis?
Aye.
Mr. Johnson?
Aye.
Mr. Hulbert?
Aye.
Mr. Warden?
Aye. Okay, let's talk about the planning board. We have an open seat on the planning board. Would you like to advertise and go through the interview process?
When was the last time we had taken applications for planning? Do you recall, Gene? It's been a while.
No, it's been a while, but I don't remember it.
It's probably been less than a year, but it's been enough where,
It's probably worth advertising for.
Sure. I'm fine with advertising.
Take our normal process of putting them out on the board and the website.
yes, I could we'll put the sign out front and we'll do the website. And we'll do it do you want it before the next meeting or?
Just a question. A lot of times in the interviews with the different boards, question is asked of the applicants on other board positions, if they're available, do they want them? Was that part of the ZBA discussion? And I'm asking because I don't know if we could just go to like a candidate 2 and offer it out.
It's a great, you guys have that discussion during the interview
I
process?
think we kind of give them that, if other boards were open, would you be interested? But I don't know if we said that. It wasn't firm. I feel kind of wishy-washy saying that. I don't know.
Is there anything wrong with offering it to the last?
I have no issue with it. The requirements for the requirements to hold a position on the board are the same.
Mhm.
So if the recommendation, you know, was there to qualify for it, I don't have an issue with you offering it.
So does that also hold for the person that we just voted for the ZBA? They might want to be on the planning board instead?
No, you,
No,
Okay, okay, I just want to make sure.
it's a fair question, but,
you can ask them, I mean.
but we already appointed him.
Okay.
I-
In 5 years, we can ask them.
Does the board have
I'm
any,
o-
have any problem with having, I can have Jody reach out to applicant number 2 from that interview pool, if they'd be interested in the open position on planning, and if not, put the sign out and advertise. How does everybody feel about that?
So in that case, Nate, do we go ahead and make the appointment to fill that vacancy, and then if they reject that, then we can advertise?
Yeah, I think that would be fine. I mean, that's appropriate, because a person has to, I mean, they're a public official, they have to accept the appointment, they can reject it.
I say,
I don't remember who brought it up earlier about getting the input from the chairman of the board on recommendations and on,
Regarding comments and recommendations?
yeah,
Yeah, Dave did.
is that something that you wanna get first, before I offer it? I just don't know that.
before we started the last ZBA interviews, Mr. Brewster's recommended, like, we have alternates. They might want to go up and take that spot first, and so we're actually advertising for, we advertise just for a place on the board, right? It doesn't make a difference if they're going for alternate or regular board position, does it?
It does.
I
It
think
does?
it does too.
Because the planning board chairman might say, like, this guy's been for quite a while, let me give him a first shot to take the position that's open now, that's regular, then we do interviews for an alternate. I don't want to make this more complicated than it is, but we,
I don't think you're gonna have that on the planning board. I think your alternate wants to stay as alternate.
He
because
does.
of his,
okay, I just don't
because
want
of his
to,
travel schedule.
I just want to speak for somebody, that's all.
And I don't wanna speak for him either, but I'm
I'm pretty confident.
I think we all can be confident in that one. But
So I'm all set with Jody asking the second or third in line if they're interested in the planning board position. If not, then we open it up for advertisement.
that's fine. You were just making the suggestion of making an appointment tonight. Do you wanna make the appointment tonight, or do you wanna just see if they're interested, and you can make the appointment the next meeting?
Don't we have to ask them first?
No, I mean.
Okay, let's make it fast then. If they turn it down, then we go from there.
We do have another board meeting before the next planning board meeting as well, so.
And I do think the February planning board meeting doesn't have an agenda. Renee might be able to, I think the deadline's passed, I don't recall seeing anything coming in.
The calendar's not updated on the website, so I can't tell you that either way.
Right.
Okay. Okay, it's up to the board. What's the board want to?
I would like to make a motion to appoint applicant number 5, who
Number-
I understand the applicant name is Michael Patrick Stone,
Number 2, right?
Yep.
Applicant number 2.
for the open position of the planning board to fill the vacancy created by the resignation by Tom Eldridge for the remainder of his term. I'm unsure as what that date is, but, so for the remainder of that term. And if Michael Patrick Stone does not accept the position, that we allow the supervisor to work with the clerk and department head to put the advertisement out on the web page and the sign to get that, advertisement out before our next meeting.
Gene, just looking at this, just so you know, that term expires 12/31/26.
Perfect.
So I think that would be perfect. I'll second that motion.
Okay, any other discussion?
I have none.
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 Okay, roll call.
Mr. Slota?
Aye.
Mr. Simonis?
Aye.
Mr. Johnson?
Aye.
Mr. Hulbert?
Aye.
Mr. Warden?
Aye. All right. 5.2, secure vestibule. Well, when we put it on there as a future agenda topic, we're not allowed to remove it. So if you don't want to discuss it, then we won't discuss it.
Do we have an update on when the estimate's gonna be available?
I don't have that piece yet, and we also, Greg and I still have not sat with Adam and caught up on wish list items to change the drawing. I have some full-size drawings with me tonight that I gotta give you guys yours before I leave, so we can sit with that and mark it up for Keystone also. That'll change the estimate.
Okay.
Yeah, so sorry it's still on there, but we didn't get our things together for tonight.
All right, we're done with that. We'll move on to 5.3, code officer discussion. I put this back on there because we didn't finish it the last meeting. But what does the board want to do? Do you wish to discuss an executive session?
I would,
Okay.
at the end of the meeting.
Okay.
I'd like to have an executive session regarding this. I think there's a couple other things that have come to light that we need to discuss.
Okay.
I agree.
All right, then it's not 6 o'clock yet, so we're gonna move on to.
Do you want to have the, Adam, are you ready to discuss dog licensing?
Not here yet, right? Okay. So we're gonna go to 7.1, new business, 7.1, the comprehensive plan committee. As everybody have seen the applications that have come in, just to talk about the town part of it, we sent out to all the planning and zoning boards. We got one zoning member to comment back that he would sit on the board. That was Mr. John White. And then we had 2 employees from the town that showed interest in it. And then we need, I thought it was 2 board members, but you're saying 1. I can't, from our Zoom meeting.
Yeah, one is my recollection.
Okay. I mean, you can do what you want. Either 1 or 2. It's the board's decision on that. We didn't get anything back from the planning board. These were suggestions from the engineering firm. Was to have a planning board, a zoning board, a town employee, and a town board member to represent the town side. And then 5 to 7 residents of the town to represent the rest of the board. I sent you, I just threw something together because it was something that I know Nate, we talked about how to try to equally divide it up between the town. So we just don't have a concentration of one area. Everybody gets a voice, so each area of the town is kind of represented. So I threw that at you. It's just a suggestion, just to get the talk going on it. So, anybody else has any ideas? We need to discuss them
Kevin,
now.
I did look at the map. I thought it was broken up well. And judging by the map, if we were to take a person from each of the zone, that would be 6 residents.
Yes. Yes.
So we did get a fairly decent response. There was 14 residents that expressed interest to being, I guess, a full member and 1 alternate. I want to thank everybody that put their resume in for this. This is really good news for us. So, with that, how would the board like to go about actually making suggestions and coming to a determination, kind of, you know, which resident from each zone, if you will? Or is there a discussion on combining zones, splitting them up, maybe adding 2 from one? I know everybody's, I think we got these on Friday, so I don't know.
Yes, everything had to be in by Friday so we can get it on the agenda. And we did get that, so you guys can review it.
Nate, how would we go about doing this? You know, I'm sure all of us have probably made some notes on the resumes that we've gotten. You know, how's this process gonna go in terms of us deciding who?
Yeah, I mean, it's matters relating to the appointment of a person, you know, to work for the town. So I think you could have executive session to really have a candid discussion, because I expect there's always a potential for some strong feelings about whether to include a particular person or not, which isn't, I think, necessarily appropriate in a public setting. So I think you could have an executive session. You know, we told the consultants that we would, and our plan is to appoint individuals at the meeting on February 4th. So, you know, you guys we're not looking necessarily for you to say, these are the people tonight, right? So, you've got the information. If you want to have some initial discussion tonight, maybe you can find, oh yeah, in fact, we do have consensus, you know, great. But if you need to think about it a little more after that discussion, then we do
Well,
have on February 4th.
I think that discussion is definitely warranted tonight, at least that it would let other members know, you know, where each other is thinking in terms of who and from where. I like the idea of breaking it up, you know, by zone. It looks like we've gotten candidates from all the zones on the map. One of them is kind of on the borderline, but I think it could be fairly easily combined. But I think doing 6 residents is probably the appropriate number. So I would suggest an executive session for this discussion, so at least we'll be, you know, giving some thought to that and be able to appoint at the February 4th meeting.
I think it's a great idea.
Thank you, Kevin.
Anybody else got input?
No, we definitely should talk about it. So if executive session is the recommendation, then 100% we should discuss it.
I agree.
I have no issues with that.
All right.
Let's do it then.
Then we're gonna move on. So 7.2, dog license late fee increase. Tim and Adam.
You can see my attachments. How do we proceed?
Hey, Tim.
So just a recommendation to increase the late fee, which is currently $5 to $6, and that would help offset the increased postage that we incur when we have to send multiple letters to residents, sometimes because they don't renew on time, or perhaps they forgot to let us know when they moved, so the letter comes back to us. We have to track them down via phone and then send another letter. Roughly about a quarter of the renewals that we send out each month are not returned in a timely manner. So we have to send a second letter out to them, sometimes a third. And, you know, each of those is just one more set of postage going out the window.
Anybody have any questions?
No, I have no issue with this at all.
I have no issue whatsoever
I
either.
think, I
This
think
makes
you're being more than fair.
But it would have
Reminds me
to,
of when they send out, I think, the third reminder for tax bills. They do the same thing. They charge $1 for postage.
so is this on our fee schedule?
The increase is not.
No, but what I'm saying is if,
Is
if
it-
we have to change the fee schedule.
Is the late fee on our fee schedule?
That I'm not sure. I don't remember seeing it there. I did draft a sample letter that we would send to the residents, that we would include in their dog license renewal to let them know of the change, and also to let them know that we will continue to investigate non-postal mail methods of notifying them. Sometimes there are apps that do an email blast, or you can do like a robo blast to either a cell phone or a house line that they identify that they want to be notified at. And that way, we've done our due diligence, but we could necessarily use the postage to do that.
So we do have a penalty amount of $5 if somebody fails to pay within 15 days after expiration date.
Correct.
So are you suggesting increasing the late fee from 5 to, that's what, okay,
Yeah.
that's
Yes,
what you said, 5 to
that's-
6. So yes, it's on there. There we go.
So then we have to do a public hearing and everything, correct?
Well, this fee schedule was amended by local law to give you authority to amend it by resolution. So based on what you've enacted already, you can amend it by a resolution. The way it's presented is not my preferred way of doing that. Because I hate that your fee schedule is in your code. But you have given yourself authority to amend it by resolution.
The local law added that?
Yes, in 22 or 23.
Okay. What is the ability to enforce this?
Basically, the same ability we have now after the second reminder of the late, we let them know that we will notify the dog warden, and he will visit them. A lot of times that's all it takes.
I'm talking about the enforcement of the collection of the $6.
It goes on the Williamson system that we use will auto-generate that. It's just part of their new bill.
Still, that's not the
If
question
they-
I'm asking is, a resident comes in to license their dog and they pay the dog license fee and don't pay the late charge.
It doesn't get renewed.
Can you legally do that? Can you deny them that?
Yes, I think you
Why?
can, because
I'm not interested in think. I'm asking for our ability to tell somebody they cannot have this service unless they pay this arbitrary, and I'm not saying it's not a reasonable amount, but it is an amount that's outside our local code. How do you take a state requirement and tell somebody you're denying them that service if they don't pay the late fee?
the fees are set by the locality. And effectively, a late fee is an addition to the normal fee, and it's on account of the extra expense associated with having to deal with somebody who's filed late. And so it just becomes part of the fee. And so if you go to renew your dog license and you only bring 15 when you currently owe 20, you have not tendered enough money. And so it'd be like trying to buy a loaf of bread for $1 and you show up with 90 cents. Like, they won't sell it to you because you're not providing the amount of money that you are being charged for this.
And then the resident doesn't license the dog, and then the code enforcement or dog warden goes out and issues them a citation, and then it goes to court, and the resident is going, I was there, judge, I was gonna pay this, and all that's gonna happen for $6?
Good, but I think what you're arguing or talking about is a policy discussion. Do you even charge a late fee?
Right. I just don't wanna get quagmired into a whole thing over $6 or $1. I don't care about the dollar.
But I think
it's
those are
reasonable.
case-by-case basis. I think I knew you were going with that. Because typically, the enforcement part of that from something, use some, I'm not saying this is a good example, but like typically the power for governmental authorities would be to add to property taxes, right? I'm just saying, I'm not sure that in this case, but I think to your point, Gene, this would be a case-by-case basis. At what point do you say, you know, we're expending hundreds of dollars, maybe 1,000 to collect 6? Right, but what's the enforcement part of that? And I'm not sure how many delinquents that you had where you've imposed a late fee that they said, I'm not doing it or I'm not licensing my dog. I mean,
To my knowledge, we've not had anyone who specifically did not renew because of the late fee.
Likewise.
And I think the normal process would be that someone, yeah, okay, and here it is. But if it's pushed, when we do any other code issue, compliance is what we want. The late fee is not what we're in the business of. So I just, you know, I would not want to withhold a license for the dog license because somebody didn't pay.
But again, I hear what you're saying. I think those are a case-by-case basis, and I think having the late fee on the fee schedule is important, right? I
Without a
think you're
doubt.
gonna get majority of the folks, you know, making sure they do it by the effective date, to avoid that. Granted, $5 or $6 isn't gonna break anybody's bank, right? But I think having it on there is important, and I think it's a case-by-case basis. And then to have to enforce that, again, we'd have to look at that. If we had 50 cases where we were standing up in the court trying to enforce dog license fees, then we have a different issue that we'll have to discuss.
What's the expectation of who makes that decision? I don't think it's a board issue. I think
Well,
that's gotta be within the
it would
department.
show up in the department report, right? That you would have something if you had anomalies like that where you said, man, all of a sudden in 2026, because Jay Simonis has been talking about late fees, nobody's gonna pay their fee anymore. I think they would bring it up in this forum.
We're still in a place where we're trying to catch up for at least a couple of years of kind of spotty enforcement. So we've made a lot of progress. We've probably had, in any given month, going back since the summer, we're closing the gap by 10 and 12 at a time. People who have been delinquent for years. And some of it is just, they didn't know.
Right. And that's good news, and I think the way you crafted your letter is perfect, right, to be able to let them know, because I agree with Gene, compliance is what we're after, not late fees. So how do we move forward on this? We make a motion for the resolution?
I think in keeping with the town board's established policy of having formal written resolutions for as much as we can, if not everything, I can put one together to have at the next meeting.
Do you need a motion for that?
No, I'll just do it.
Perfect.
The sense of the board tells me to draft one.
Yeah,
Thank
I
you,
agree.
Nate.
I support the change from 5 to 6.
I understand what you're saying. I do understand that, but it does also help with compliance.
Absolutely, understood.
I get it. All right, we're good with that topic?
So
Go ahead.
after the resolution is passed, does that become an immediate change that we can then start sending for February's renewals?
Do you include in the letters that you send a statement about what the late fee is?
Yes, but I'd like them to know that people who've had dogs for 20 years are gonna say, well, it's always been 5. I'd like
Right.
to put the letter in to say it's now 6.
Yeah, I think that it shouldn't take effect until after people have had an opportunity to be told that it's $6. So I would probably say, and we can do this in the resolution, for everybody who's gotten notices now, who pays before another notice gets sent, will be entitled to pay the $5 late fee, and then after you do another round of notices, those people are gonna have to pay $6, because they'll be told in the letter that it's $6.
The challenge with that is we have to update the system. We have to call Williamson and have that changed so that that will be accurate when it prints out
How long does that take, do you know?
it can be instant. We've had changes made like that. I guess I'm just looking for a time frame.
What would,
What's
Tim,
the
what would be
fair
reasonable?
thing?
Let's just come up with an effective date.
Yeah.
Whether
March
it's
1st?
60
July 1.
days or 90 days, whatever's reasonable,
Yeah.
right?
That's-
Even if you wanted to make
That's
it,
fine.
yeah, 90 days, is that a reasonable time?
It's fine.
Right, I would just
That's
put
fine.
the effective date out there, 90 days, and let's go with it.
Yep, we can do that.
That gives you time to put your mailing together.
Anything else? Are you good? Okay.
But
Thank-
that'll be part of the resolution,
Yes. The 90 days.
Effective date,
effective
the
date.
effective date. We want to put an effective date in there.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Tim.
Okay, we're on to 7.3, building condition study review. Does everybody take a look at this? There's So Greg, I talked to Greg today on this, and he got Mari, that was the grant writer that got us the salt shed grant. He reached out to her to see if there's any grants available for roofs, floors, building, basically any type of town building, the stuff that we're looking for. And she's going to get back to him and give him an idea if there is and how much it would be to get started on it, to apply for him, and he'll get that information to us when he gets it.
I believe that she did send Greg a quote today, maybe, or yesterday. Maybe today, send him a quote on what she could do. Because she just responded to me on mine, just to let me know, and then she put in there that she reached out back to him.
He threw a number at me, but I didn't want, without anything in front of me, I want
don't have
him
a
to
num-
present it to you guys what he got.
I don't have a
or
number
what-
either, I just
yeah,
know that she
don't.
did get with him and he got back to him, so.
There's definitely, we need some updating. As you have been told about the roof leaking in the garage next door, and the floor is a mess. Just take a walk over there. We've got some issues in here. We have the 3 units that are in the attic, the 3 heating air conditioning units. The one was leaking yesterday and was flooding the records room for the court. So we had them come in, and one of the pipes came off, one of the drain pipes came off, and if you've ever, I didn't know that they were up there. There's a 16-inch hatch to get up there to service them, which is considered a confined space. So they're not too thrilled about working up there anymore. So they're suggesting that we move those. I know Mike talked about this when he was supervisor, about maybe moving those to the back of the building or on the roof. I don't believe they were in the building condition study, but they're 23 years old, so I'm thinking that they're telling me the parts, they're gonna have issues getting parts and all that. But just something we need to look at. I don't know if there's grants for that, or
Are these things that we can act on and then retroactively, if we win a grant, pay ourselves back? Like, for example, the roof to fix over here's $5,500. To wait on that so that there's more damage over $5,000.
Grant money is not reimbursable.
No.
You have to get the grant before you expend the funds.
it is not $5,500
Which one?
to repair your roof on your.
That was just a repair job.
That was
They do a
replace the
couple
screws and the
spots
rubber
screws and all that.
grommets and.
But they got bigger problems, cause I came in yesterday morning and I have to move my time clock, my cards and everything, cause it's running right down and right through the wall by my office now. And it isn't gonna be long before it comes in my office. So it's getting worse over there.
So Darren, when you looked at this for the highway garage, I look at this and I'm going, this is kind of a triage list. Are you in agreement with their recommendation in terms of order?
I honestly did not look in depth to like the order of everything. I know the main concern is the roof over there and the floors, but the issue with the floors is I don't know how many and how much they can do in one summer, like in a certain time frame, because this time of year, you just can't have the trucks outside. I know I'm not trying to be like negative on this part, but at certain times of the year, like summer's basically the only time. So if they did one half at one time and then the other, I don't know how the floors would work. But the roof definitely, it's just getting worse and worse. Every time we go in there, at least on my, I haven't been on the other side, at least on my side, every time we go in there, there's a different leak now. And this has been going on for 5 years, at least, that I've known. And I've been told every time that it's just condensation. And I'm like, it's not condensation. And people have told us this over and over, and I didn't believe it then, but now I definitely don't believe it. Going back to the 5500 was a guy, we had them come in, just look at it, and showed some, like when it was doing it, in those certain spots that it was leaking, there was some screw holes here, some different things that were missed. But this is a whole thing that I don't think has been done right from the beginning, so it's gonna cost more than that.
Well, the scope of work is written incredibly poorly, but what they're saying here is for $5,500, they will provide roof repairs to locate and stop leaks. If repairs prove unsuccessful and leaks continue, then they obviously would recommend the replacement, which is $620,000. That's fair. The $620,000, I say we
Oh, yeah.
write a grant for. But for $5,500, do we just let this keep leaking if this is a repair that can be attempted to be made rather quickly? I'm not talking about the floor and all that stuff right now. I'm literally just looking at this roof because I've been on the board for 2 months and I've heard about the roof for 2 months.
Is that an actual estimate from somebody, or is it their opinion?
That was an estimate from, I believe, JKS, but I'm not 100% sure. I believe that's the only one that got back to Greg at that point.
Once it got back? Okay.
I'm reading those numbers from the faculty condition assessment document. Whether that's an accurate number or not, I don't know. This is all I have in front of me.
Well, and outside of that building, the other building in Castle Creek, the one that they said was boarded up and all that stuff, I had a conversation with Kevin on this a little, that if and when we get the salt shed put up, we probably should look into maybe just knocking that building down completely and not putting any money into it, because I can probably do what we need in that building over into by the salt shed at that point. So that's just something with that building I wouldn't, just so if you're looking at the whole, as a whole, building study condition portion, that building we can probably do away with, which would be the one closest to the road.
Yes, that building needs to be, it's all boarded up.
This is the 1066 Castle Creek?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
And it's the one closest to the road with the boards. The boards are on there because we had kids in there breaking every window out, and it was a quick fix on our end rather than spending thousands of dollars at the time.
Makes sense.
So the post office was interested in that, but that's in their court. They showed interest in it, gave them all the information on it, and the private contractor that does all the construction for the post office sends it to the post office for them to make a decision if they can use it or do anything or whatever, and that's been months with no response, so whatever. It's whatever we want to do.
These reports are marked draft. What is it, what does it needs to happen for them to be final? Do we know that?
I have no idea. That would be a Greg question.
Okay.
Or Alex, do you know anything about
Well,
that? You don't know anything about that.
It says for discussion purpose, but is that feedback from us, or is that feedback from Greg or Darren
This
to
was
get
what,
back to them?
this is what they gave as their final. Greg wanted to make sure you guys had it so you could at least see it.
So
Who
So
put draft on
Veritas
them
didn't
then?
put draft on this?
What do you have before you? Hang on.
It has shaded draft on it, like it's not final. I know we paid them. We've paid them.
Draft for discussion purposes only
Right,
is
but if-
stamped. However, like,
Veritas didn't put that on there, did we?
They must have,
the roofing price is pretty specific for a draft. 600 for the garage, $619,857.
Yeah, but it didn't say from who, though.
The table below shows the anticipated cost for trade or building systems over the next 20 years. But it is stamped draft for discussion purposes only. So do we, I guess my recommendation is we go to Greg and say we really want these prices for this building and for the garage.
Well, when we asked for these to be done, we asked for these building condition studies to be done so that we could understand what our 5 and 10-year plan needs to be. And we had items that we had fund balance that would need to take care of some of the emergency, important and urgent issues that are on here. So I would expect that that's part of our discussion on what we have general fund balance for, to be able to do some of these. But I fully expect Greg to be able to go through this and lay out what his importance is, what his priorities are. And for a lot of these, we have to get pricing from a contractor to actually make these repairs. So, but if there's a lot of these are, these are gonna be good for the next 3 years, we don't have to worry about them. The ones that are at their useful life, those are the ones that are gonna pop up to the front. I would just want Greg to go through this with us.
Yeah, and then simultaneously wait on or find out what grants possibly are out there.
Okay.
Yeah, I agree. So then next meeting, let's put this on future topics and have Greg discuss this with us. If everybody's comfortable.
And you want to know why it says draft and if there is a final.
Yeah.
We could have the final on there for the next meeting with discussion. Okay.
Yeah.
Everybody all right with that?
Yes.
Yes.
All right, moving along. 7.4.
7 minutes.
7 minutes, okay. We'll go 7.4, voucher auditing review. All right, Dave.
Hey, this is just a general discussion here. I'm just bringing it up. Basically, I want to know, the way we're doing things presently, is it any better than what we did 4 or 5 months ago? It seems so there's more stress on the staff to get things going, and I don't know if I see any more information on signing the bills than what I see on the abstracts. So I just learned.
I don't see any more information in it.
So I think the question is, right now, we've been going through and we've been signing off at the bottom of each invoice. The question is, can we just sign an abstract? Will that keep us in compliance with the law if we're just doing the abstract as opposed to every individual invoice?
So the state law just says that the town board is required to audit. It does not specify a particular procedural mechanism for what that actually has to look like. I can certainly look into whether the comptroller has issued guidance on recommended audit procedures. I don't recall saying that before, but doesn't mean it doesn't exist.
Also, when you do that, look at what their recent decisions have been and where they have levied fines and actual legal responsibilities to the towns that have just done what we do. We sign off on a sheet of paper that says we have to pay these 30 vendors this amount of money, and those boards have been held liable when there's been errors in that. So, there's
Was that your
exposure.
concern, is to go to individual
Yes,
invoices?
yes.
And
And the majority of it rides on the supervisor, because of the fiduciary responsibility of the supervisor to provide that information, and with us not asking or having the ability to look at all that, that's where there's been problems with the board.
So in
That's all.
that case, it would require 3 out of 4 of us to sign each individual invoice?
No, and I'm not trying to get to a specific process. I just want everybody to understand that there's very little that the state says, this is what you have to do and how you have to do it.
And
They
you're
come
saying
in
the
and
ones
they
that have been
say-
challenged,
Yeah, they come in and they say, you have not done enough because you're fiscally, there's a problem, it gets found out, and then they say, no, you've been doing it wrong and you're in trouble.
so this was a safeguard that was put in to have individual board members sign each invoice. I'm just trying to understand how we got to that process. Is that enough?
We as a board, 10 years ago, used to sign every invoice, review it, put our initial on every invoice. So we knew, we had the phone bill attached to it.
And that's what we've been doing.
Yep.
We have been doing that. And how many board members would that require to do that
3. Without the supervisor.
without the
Because the
supervisor?
supervisor does the.
Right,
does
because the
actual
supervisor
audit.
pulls the, yeah.
Right, puts it together, makes sure it's all mathematically correct, and some, whatever, but that's what it is. So when you're doing that, I would ask that you get that information so that everybody understands what the exposures are for what has been found to be non-compliant and what we're doing and if we're gonna go somewhere else.
That's fine. I think that information's important before we make an amendment to this.
Well, what we're doing now doesn't work, correct?
Well, it does when 3 of us are here.
Well, just this last abstract, I'll just let you know.
The last abstract was an anomaly.
Well, it was an anomaly that cost the taxpayers money because the public accountant was sitting upstairs and was not able to help do the checks because the abstract was not done because they were waiting for the board to come in and sign the vouchers. So we have to get our crap together, so
And
we're
we
not
did
wasting
put-
the taxpayers' money.
Fair enough. And we did put an abstract schedule together, and we will follow it.
But what if the amount of board members do not come in to sign the vouchers? Can he just go forward with it? Or is he responsible?
Are we required to have 3?
This town local law New York State Town Law number 119 does not explicitly say that this is the process that has to be followed. So I totally understand what Gene's saying as far as the process and what we could be liable for.
But we made a resolution, right? This is where you are. We made a resolution that the board members would sign those individual invoices whenever, and looks like this resolution was done in 2022.
And this was not the individual invoices, this was the the audit. The abstract, that's the only thing that this resolution addresses, that the town board.
So 119 does not, again, it doesn't really specify out a formal procedure.
Process.
You know, it just says the town board shall audit. That's typically done, you know, at a meeting. I've been to plenty of town board meetings where there's a stack of invoices, and while the meeting is going on, the town board members pass them around, looking at them and signing off on them. And then after that, they approve payment of the bills, and then the clerk creates the abstract and cuts the checks and gets everything sent out. So, yeah, I mean, you know, go get the bills, put them next to somebody here if they haven't been able to get them in time. And I mean, but again, I know you guys want a really like detailed guidance from me. Like this, it's not necessarily a legal thing. It's just practically how are you going to get a majority of you to review these bills?
I'm just confused on that process. If you wait till the night of the meeting, well, it doesn't work that way because the abstract has to be created, the checks have to be printed, unless you wanna change the whole process.
I have no problem, as we've discussed, I have no problem coming in here during the week and doing it. I just need them, the 6 hours during the day is not working for me because of my day job. So I can come in here at 5:30 at night or 10 o'clock at night, quite frankly.
All right, so
I
we,
just-
we talked about
Yes,
this.
so I
That,
think-
that is a very, I understand that concern 100%. So we were trying to think of an area where we could put the vouchers for anybody to come in at any time to view them. And we were talking about the mailroom. Mailroom is secured, everybody's fob's on the board, opens the mailroom to go in, and you can view them right there if we leave them on the table below the mailboxes. So you can come in anytime and do it.
So when we look at these, we're just making it known that we have seen them. We're not looking at all about how they add up with a adding machine and everything, that everything balances. Is that,
No, that falls on us.
okay, but we're
That
just
falls
saying,
on me.
but this whole thing is just that we have seen them. Is that why we're signing them? Because I'm just ripping right through them. And I go, well, hey, that's 20,000 bucks we're selling for salt. Other than that, it's like $5 for a light switch. Somebody's buying some new sneakers for something or whatever. I'm not paying a whole lot of attention. I'm just signing. I'm just wondering what the value is.
You're just like Gene said, the board is responsible. If you're flipping through those and you're signing $20,000 checks for me and I'm cashing them, you're responsible.
Okay, well, you're answering my question right there.
That's what I'm just
Okay.
making that a point of.
Well, the assumption is that I have a phone bill here and it's for $112. The check, I sign off on this, the clerk now has the authority to
Okay.
make that check out for 112 and no more, and Kevin is then ultimately signing off on that.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
But each bill has a voucher,
Yes, each bill has a voucher.
and that voucher gets signed by gets presented by the department and signed off by 3 board members. So, that's each one.
That's how you want to do it.
That's how I would wanna do it.
Okay.
Would you be available to sign off if they were available after hours?
Yes, cause I can't,
No, I understand.
Yeah.
I think everyone's got the same issue. I just, I know Luke's got that issue. It'd certainly be helpful for me. I mean, I've made it a point to be here during the day, but, after hours would be helpful. And if that works for you, I just want to make sure that, we get 3 of us available to do that.
and, if there's somebody that, have somebody reach out and say, we've gotta have one more, reach out to whoever and sign it, so we can coordinate that.
That's fine. We can work on that. That's fine. I think that would be a big help, Kevin, if we can get them after hours.
Okay, we'll work on
Okay.
that
And
for
then
the
let's,
next.
we'll start with that.
For the next abstract, we'll work on that, having available after hours. And we'll send a meeting, let everybody know.
I don't really have an issue with the mailroom, but just when you had said that just kind of was a little red flag to me, because it is, it's a general public area.
It's not.
It's secured.
It's not, see, that was the
Well,
issue.
I'm sorry, not public,
Not
how-
s-
not,
yes.
not the public, but the personnel in the town hall.
Where else would,
No, I'm just, I'm not.
I know,
trying to get-
I thought about it too, and it's tough. We can't use this room because people are in and out of here all the time.
Right.
Clerk's office, nobody can be in there without the clerk in there.
Right.
And where else?
I mean, the only other place that, was the supervisor's office,
Does not have a fob, so you'd all would have to have a key to get in there.
but we could put a fob in, but
Yeah.
that's a solution.
Hey,
But so-
absolutely.
I'm just talking places, and what about the room adjacent to the supervisor's office? Just left when you first come in.
Oh, the old, it's just being used for storage right now, yeah. Well, we could do that.
And those are the only two places that I think that are completely outside of the town, town hall staff. The reason I'm bringing that up about town hall staff is accountability.
Yeah.
I have access to it, and something goes missing, that's not anything that any staff member needs to really have to deal with. They shouldn't be put in that position.
So the only thing I'll chime in is the claims do have to be available for public inspection at all times during office hours. So when Adam is open, they should be down there with him, and then when you close up for the day, wherever you guys decide to put them, you should trot them up there.
Right, and I'm not envisioning them being up there every day. I think we make certain days that they're up there, and after that, you go down and see Adam during business hours. I don't think they need to be up there
Okay.
all week. I think that's
Yeah.
excessive.
No, I agree with that. And if I'm available during office hours, I'm still gonna come in during office
Sure.
hours. It's just every week I'm not, as proved this past week.
And we've ruled out doing these electronically.
It's a lot of work. We're really adding a ton onto that plate. We had that discussion, maybe I just had that discussion with you. I don't recall if we had that discussion here, but yeah, it's a lot. I think
Just
being
some of
able
like
to
the
just-
phone bills, just to take the staple out of them to scan them in, because there's so many pages, would be such a heavy lift.
A lot of these bills are oddball shaped too. I can't just put them through the top. I'd have to do it one at a time. It's just not practical.
Yeah.
It's a huge time killer.
Okay. Any other? We're past 6 o'clock, so.
Okay.
Nope. All right.
Just a question, this resolution specifically goes back to a deputy clerk. So as part of the conversation, I would probably like to see that go to the clerk, and how the clerk disseminates it with responsibility, whether it's him or a deputy clerk actually performs the function. I think that should be the clerk's responsibility, not specifically by resolution of the deputy clerk.
So you want to redo that resolution in the future?
Yeah, it's just,
Okay.
we're cleaning up.
Okay. All right, we're gonna go to our public hearing now. That we left it open from the last meeting. Public hearing on Mr. Boland's rezone application. Hold on, let me get to it.
Turn back on.
Yeah, do you have it? Yeah, with the rezone. Okay. So we have a rezone application. We added the last meeting for a public hearing. We left it open because we were waiting on the 239 review from Broome County Planning. We have received the 239 review. And it's the applicant is requesting a zoning change from residential to planned development district. PDD R2, correct?
Yep.
Okay, so at this time, if anybody would like to speak about this zoning change, you can. Come up to the microphone. All right, seeing that we don't have anybody to speak on it, we're gonna close the public hearing at this time. And we're gonna have board discussion. guess before board discussion, do we need to do a EAF if we,
Well, I think you can discuss, of course, and part of that discussion should be the environmental significance of it, as well as the merits of it. If the board is inclined to not grant the rezoning and approval of the preliminary development plan, then we could theoretically not have to review the environmental significance. But if you are inclined to move forward, then yes, discussion, which would include a discussion of the environmental significance.
Guys, I got locked out of my computer, I can't get back on.
locked out?
Yeah, it just says, it went, after a certain amount of time, when it's not used, it goes to the, it goes to sleep, like, I keep getting a security database server error, so I just need to get a different device out.
Okay.
So you guys continue, I'm just letting you know why I'm bringing out a different computer.
So,
I'm here for this one tonight, in case you wanted to know, while Gene's looking for his stuff. I did a
Yes.
part 2 workup for you, just for consideration, and also part 3, should you go to the EAF piece. This one could have had a short form, but our rezone application requires a full EAF. So the applicant submitted a full EAF back in the original package.
For relevance on the conversation, it's not a project that I'm particularly in support of, so, you know, how that addresses, you know, the process going forward, or the EAF, or, you know, all that. I just think that we should be on the same page on whether or not it's something we're gonna to support to go forward or not.
the board.
I think I would like to discuss the environmental significance
Oh,
to that, so.
I do believe there is a person representing the applicant probably here. So I don't know if you guys want to listen to or hear from him at all about the project or anything.
Do you have? Okay. Yeah, is there anybody have any questions?
I don't have any questions. I think I would just like to review this. I would like to review the environmental significance of this.
So, yeah, you've all had a chance to review part 1. Do you have any questions about the information identified in part 1? Do you think anything needs to be updated or amended? Alex, did you note any issues with information in part 1?
No, for part 1. There was a 239 comment on it, though. What was that? Sorry. The Broome County Planning Department and the regional and state approvals responses. Not sure why their comment was that. Generally, they're always listed as part of the review process. Maybe it's not an approval, so she doesn't want them listed anymore. I haven't seen this comment before from them. Part 1, though, I went through it in detail before we accepted it as complete months ago. So I went back and forth with the applicant a few times. One piece that would have to be worked out later, though, Nate, is just the SHPO review of whatever they're proposing. That's a checkbox that is a yes for small down the line, but generally they don't do a consultation until they have a project.
So, I mean, there is a project, right? There's a proposed development plan. What do you mean? So just, can you clarify what you mean by a consultation unless there's a project?
Usually you see that once they're into the planning board site plan component of it, but it could be a piece that
Well,
you might want to see in advance of that.
I guess, though, the town board is tasked with approval of the preliminary development plan, with which the final development plan has to substantially conform. So I guess I see needing to get SHPO consultation done before, because the board's reviewing seeker. You know, this is an element that's necessary for, I guess, completion of that. So is it, I mean, I see you nodding your head, so, I mean, with the town board doing seeker, we should, the- whoever it is needs to send this off to SHPO for consultation then.
That's, from a legal standpoint, probably, yeah.
Okay, well, so, I guess that would be the piece on that. We can review everything else and have most of it in the can, other than the SHPO response. And then assuming SHPO, if SHPO comes back with no issues there, I think, Alex, something I recall reading says that this had been a previously disturbed parcel, right?
Correct. In the last decade, there have been some houses, or a house and a garage, multiple structures that were on it that were demolished and removed. I don't know that SHPO will deem that prior disturbance and no impact, or if they, you don't know until they get a consultation through.
Right, so what's the timeline for that?
If the applicant puts it into the system, it's 4 to 6 weeks before they respond usually.
Okay.
So we can't act on it until we get that review.
Well, this is an unlisted action, even though the type 1 form was used. You can do a conditioned negative declaration for seeker. The condition being that the response from SHPO come back as no impact. So I think that would be the way to resolve this. Alex, what are your thoughts?
I guess that was kind of how I saw it, but I had to leave that to Nate's legal review of it.
Because you're stating when the site plan goes, if this is approved and it has to go to site plan from the planning board, then that's when that would come into effect, correct?
Yeah, I mean, that's what Alex is thinking. That is when SHPO gets contacted when you're actually doing site plan. My point was the preliminary development plan effectively is the site plan, so I think in the future we should probably reach out to SHPO with these plans, or if the applicant's the one that has to do it, then we need to tell the applicant, you need to send this in, so that the town board can issue not a conditioned negative declaration. But again, this is an unlisted action, so you can do a conditioned negative declaration, the condition being a no impact letter from SHPO come back. If this was a type 1 action, you can't do that. You have to get the information from in this case, this agency first.
And that's where it differed from next door, correct? That one's definitely a type 1
Oh,
for
yeah.
size.
Yes.
So we've told them they have to get that response ahead of time.
All right, so how do you want to proceed?
What's the trigger on why this has got to go to SHPO?
It's just one of the items in the archaeology response in the EAF as far as it's a yes box in the archaeosensitive area for the SHPO mapper. So generally the project would trigger getting a consultation. It's in the gray area of archaeological sensitive buffer zone. There isn't a stormwater permit that requires it, but from a seeker standpoint, it's a piece that's checked.
Okay, I thought it was SHPO was just required for state and federal funding. I don't know.
I'd have to check that.
Okay.
So there's a path though, and so we can continue with the review of everything else. And so instead of issuing a full negative declaration, it'd be a conditioned negative declaration with that condition on it.
I'm fine with that, moving forward.
Yeah.
I mean, this has been going on for a long time.
Yep, so Alex, do you want to walk the board through your proposed Part 2 responses?
I can certainly do that. All right, so similar to prior projects, I filled in a Part 2 and then redlined some comments for why I checked the boxes the way I did. Impact on land, obviously, for number one, you will have an impact. It's gonna impact land no matter what you do. So then the question is it small, large, moderate? They're gonna have earthwork and grading. It's minimal. It's under an acre. A, B, A through E were all no. Whereas the proposed action on F may result in increased erosion from weather from physical disturbance or vegetation removal. This is a possible one that I deemed small for being less than an acre, and that our code will regulate that from an erosion and sediment control standpoint. Our chapter 57 in the code tackles that one. So overall, I recommended small on this. Do you want to blow through them all, Nate, and then, or have the board respond, nod their head on each one?
I guess that's up to the board how they want to handle it.
Do you want to respond on each one as he does it, or do you want to respond at the end?
Each one.
Each one.
Just give me an agreed or not.
All right, so the first one we just went through.
I deemed it yes, but small.
The board agree, disagree?
Agree.
I agree.
I agree.
Okay, so for number two, impact on geological features, there are none on the site that qualify, so this was a no right off the bat.
I agree. Okay.
Agree.
Number three, impacts on surface water. Again, this is relative to wetlands or other surface water bodies, streams, rivers, ponds, or lakes. There are none. I checked this one no right off the bat.
Agree.
Agree. Agree with
Agree.
you.
Number four, impact on groundwater. Because we're doing earthwork foundations, I checked it yes, and then go through the questions just to make sure. It's 2 structures with 8 units. When it gets into groundwater, are we introducing anything into groundwater? They shouldn't be. Water is not in any wells either. We're getting it from, I keep saying we. They are getting it from the town system. Proposed action A may require new water supply wells or create additional demand on supplies from existing water supplies. This was the only one of these questions that I checked as a small impact. There will be additional demand on our water system. There was 1 unit there in the past that took water from the town. Now there will be 8. So it's a small increase as far as things go from the seeker review, but it needed to be checked. So I ruled this one yes, small, for the overall answer.
I agree.
I agree.
Agreed.
Was there any communication with Greg to see what that was, or was that just your determination?
I believe I asked them a few months ago if there was any issue with connection there as far as main line supply, and the answer on this was no, but we've run into some other stuff like the school pool where we've had discussions. I try to keep up with them on each project. The reason I mentioned the pool is it's just a large demand all at once, so if this was going on at the same time, we'd probably have to discuss it again.
Don't you have to think about it if it's all going on at the same time?
There aren't any other projects that are going on coincidentally at the same time as this to make the demand exceed our current permits. So we just try to, I check in with Greg to make sure we don't have multiple things occurring that are taking more water than expected, I guess is what I'm getting at.
Okay. Is there something in the document file for that?
I thought in the application you had an amount on there of anticipated water usage.
Yeah, in the application, the water usage is on there, and I don't have anything documented from Greg, though, in writing.
Okay. I just think that's part of the normal process.
I don't know if the board wants more on that, or if it's still a small impact as far as environmental goes.
I'm fine with that.
Okay to move to 5, or do we want anything else on 4?
I'm okay to move to 5.
I'm okay.
Impact on flooding, this is uphill from the flood zone. There aren't any flood zones there at all, so I deem this one no.
I agree.
I agree.
Agreed.
Impacts on air, nothing that's there that's going to be state-regulated air emission sources, so this was a no.
I agree.
Agreed.
Number 7, the proposed action may result in a loss of flora or fauna. It's lawn currently. I checked this no. I also looked at the New York State DEC's ERM website to confirm that there were no species in the area. I left it no. If you're comfortable with that, we'll call it no based on their answers and based on what's out there on site based in their EAF. Otherwise, you could go through yes and everything would end up with no's.
I agree with what.
I agree.
Impact on agricultural resources, number 8. Check this no, there are none on site.
Agree.
Impact on aesthetic resources, there are no scenic or aesthetic resources nearby. So no.
Agree.
Agree.
This is the archaeological one, next one, 10. Impact on historic or archaeological resources. I checked it yes, because the EAF does tag that one, I believe it's 12B, for archaeosensitive. A is a no on historic buildings listed on or nearby, but B here is proposed action may occur wholly or partially within a substantially contiguous to an area designated as sensitive for archaeological sites on the New York State Historic Preservation SHPO archaeological site inventory. That's their CRIS website. So 10B is yes, and this would be where the conditional would come in.
I agree with what you got there.
Agree.
Is that going to trigger a phase 2 environmental?
Potentially could.
And whose determination is that?
That's SHPO. Once they make once the applicant makes consultation to SHPO, what occurs is SHPO receives the documents, whatever the applicant may give them as prior disturbance or not. SHPO will make a statement of you're all clear and no impact, or they say we feel enough info, go dig some holes, and that's what Gene's referring to as a phase. Actually, it's a phase 1, 1A, 1B, environmental site assessment, right? Archaeological site assessment, rather. So they would have to go dig the thing up and then go from there. So that is a potential, but that would be if you go with the unlisted conditional. Still a piece of that conditional component.
So until we get that, we really can't address this as a no or a yes.
I think it remains yes.
As far as a board acknowledgement of what that is.
I need your guidance, Nate.
Yeah, I mean, this is where my mention earlier of we could potentially issue a condition negative declaration with the condition that the letter come back from SHPO indicate no impact. So I have just been refreshing myself on the condition negative declaration procedures, which if we thought this was a possibility from the beginning, then we would have done things a little bit differently. I'm not sure that we can actually issue a condition negative declaration after I've looked at the procedures again. It is a possibility, but I'm not sure we've done all of the exact things required under the condition negative declaration procedure to fully issue it. So I'm going to walk back my statement earlier of a condition negative declaration and say we should wait until we have the clearance from SHPO before completing the environmental review and formally approving it. That's just the flatly cleanest method of doing it.
Fair enough.
I would otherwise encourage you to just come finish the rest of the review, because Alex, this is valid for your later action. You know, the only remaining item that you will have will be theoretically this, and then when the information comes back from SHPO, you can finish the review by acknowledging whatever their information is, pass the seeker resolution, roll directly into the further discussion of whether you want to approve this thing or not. I think you could discuss whether you really want to approve this tonight or not vote on it, but have that discussion tonight if you want. Just knowing that if this thing gets back without any impact, it'll be pro forma for you at the meeting when we have the informational letter from SHPO.
I can hustle through the remainder of it, like Nate said, and then you just have the one item to address later.
I'm in support of finishing it.
Yes.
Okay, so I'll notify the applicant on number 10. They've got to get the consultation done. Number 11, impact on open space and recreation. There's nothing nearby that's impacted or on site, so that's a no.
I agree.
Agree.
12,
Agree.
Impact on critical environmental areas. None exist in the area, so that's a no.
Agree.
Agree.
Impact on transportation. It's a small development of 8 units. There was nothing there that triggers this as a large impact or moderate impact or any impact, so I checked this one no.
Agree.
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 Impact on energy, I check it yes and then go through the pieces because it is additional houses in the area. There was 1, now there'll be 8, so there's a slight increase, but it doesn't require a new substation, so A is no. B, doesn't need extension of an energy transmission or supply system to serve more than 50 single or 2-family residences, so B is no. Proposed action may utilize more than 2,500 megawatt hours per year, so that's no based on the answers in the package. Proposed action may involve heating and cooling of more than 100,000 square feet. Their square footage is well below that for the 8 units, so that's a no, and I didn't have any other impacts under E, so that was a no. So while I checked it yes and reviewed it, it's a small or no impact.
I agree.
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 Impact on noise, odor, and light. I checked this one because there's always the potential. Noise, nothing was a trigger there, or odor, but light, I reviewed, they're gonna have building mounted only lighting to light the parking stalls, just like you'd have on a house. So A, proposed action may produce sound above noise levels established by local regulation. I deem that small. It'd also be regulated by town code. Proposed action may result in blasting. That's a no. Proposed action may result in routine orders for more than 1 hour per day. That's a no. Proposed action may result in light shining onto adjacent or adjoining properties. This was where, being that they're putting the units, or not, sorry, it's not parking lot lighting, it's building mounted lighting through the review at the planning board. I checked this one, no or small. I would leave it as small. And then lighting creating, proposed action may result in lighting creating sky glow brighter than existing area conditions. This one should be small as well. And then other impacts, no. So as far as seeker would normally deem this, it would be a small yes.
Was there photometrics involved in any of the applicant? I didn't see.
No,
see
not,
that in there.
it's not a requirement at this level until they get through to final. It's not something that's in the preliminary development plan requirement listing.
Okay.
Once again, that would be site plan review, correct?
Correct. I did grill him on what he wanted to do out there. I wanted to know if I was going to have 20 parking lot lights or if it was building mounted or what. And he came back with put the note on the preliminary development plan that's going to be building mounted lighting.
There's gonna be a note on that? Or there
It is on there
It
already.
is on.
Yeah, I made sure it was noted. It's that much is at least required.
Okay. I agree with
The
you.
adjacent property, the language on this is the proposed action may result in light shining onto adjoining properties, and that is a no or a small. So we impact.
I think get rid of the word no there for that one and the next one, just in both small.
Okay.
Are we okay with yes, small overall for this?
Yes.
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 Okay. 16, impact on human health. Nothing triggered anything on that. I checked this box, no.
Agree.
Agree.
17, consistency with community plans. The proposed action is not consistent with adopted land use plans. I checked this yes just quickly, and then when I went back through and marked it up, it's relative to an adopted land use plan. We don't have an adopted land use plan, correct? So it's,
Well, that'd be the comp plan.
so if the comp plan is the land use plan, then being that it's a request for a rezone, I thought I should just at least go through this as a yes impact. Does that make sense, Nate?
Yeah.
All right, so A, the proposed action's land use components may be different from or in sharp contrast to current surrounding land use patterns. I put small as it transitions between Sonic to there's commercial use on the other side of it, and then it switches to residential. So it's multi-res between a commercial use and a Sonic. B, the proposed action will cause the permanent population of the city, town, or village to grow by more than 5%. That's a no. Proposed action is inconsistent with local land use plans or zoning regulations. Because it's a change of zone, I checked it small. Proposed action is inconsistent with any county plans or other regional land use plans. That's no. The proposed action may cause a change in density of development that is not supported by existing infrastructure. No. Proposed action is located in an area characterized by low density development that will require new or expanded public infrastructure. No. The proposed action may induce secondary development impacts, residential or commercial development not included in the proposed action as 8 units. I checked no, and other, I had none. So I stayed yes, but small.
I agree.
And this is specifically, this is not consistent with the current comprehensive plan.
Correct. The comp plan doesn't designate any area for that multifamily to end up relative to here, and it's not on a proposed zoning map from the existing comp plan. So that's why I went through the yes process on this. So everybody okay with small yes?
Yes.
Yes.
And that's where I'm not, because that is the most significant part of this application, is the rezoning on this for being not within, meeting the current regulations for the adopted comp plan, and we're going through that process. So I don't believe this is a small impact.
What does the rest of the board feel if, majority rules?
I'm in agreement with the way Alex has it drafted.
I'm in agreement.
I agree.
I have no issues with this.
Okay.
What is the reasoning that you are in agreement with it being a conflict of the comprehensive plan and it being a small or moderate to large impact? Because why are we doing it? Just what's the rationale of why it's a small?
I guess I would look at it as why is it a large impact? I am familiar with the parcel, and it is right adjacent to a fast food chain. And I'm looking at how the plan was oriented, and I'm not seeing that as a large impact. Is it an impact to what the current comprehensive plan is? Sure, and that's how he has it identified here, that it is a small impact. And I think the way the structure is oriented, I would agree that it is small.
I don't agree that it's large, but that's why the moderate is where it falls into where I'm looking at this, because we're solely right now into the redoing the comprehensive plan. I think it's a contradiction of what we're doing with the comp plan and then approving this being outside of that.
So are you viewing this as a large or a moderate?
I'm moderate.
that's just based on the sole use of the parcel,
That's based on.
in the way it's currently zoned.
No, just I'm looking at it for item 17, consistency with the community plans and their comp plan, and it's not consistent with the comp plan. And we're going through that process now. That's why I think it's a moderate.
How is that
I-
defined
I-
in the current plan? Is that by acreage? Is that by,
How is what defined?
small, moderate, large? How is that defined in the current comprehensive plan?
Oh, it's not. This form is arbitrarily and it's subjective to small, 0 to small, or moderate to large. There's the 2 buckets.
So Alex, when you submit this, do you write moderate under that? I mean, I guess my issue is it says moderate to large. Do you actually make a note there
So
that
if,
we're viewing that or circle that as a moderate? Because I'm not seeing this as a large impact.
if it's moderate or large, the applicant has to mitigate that, or they do you issue a different declaration on this, and they have to get into some sort of scoping to explain why, and is it not a problem. Only the no and smalls can get the negative declaration and approval.
The other thing you do is part 2, identifying something as potentially a moderate to large impact does not end the analysis and mean, oh, you know, there's things that have to be mitigated or you have to scope. In part 3, you can say, because part 2 is about the potential. Is there a potential for a moderate to large impact or a no or small impact? Part 3 is the actual evaluation of the potential condition and a conclusion as to whether or not, in fact, you think it will have a large, moderate impact or a small or a no. But, yeah, I mean, so if this was answered moderate to large in part 3, you would identify whether you think it's moderate or large. You'd say why in terms of the magnitude of the project, in terms of the geographic scope, duration, and probability of the impact occurring, the number of people affected by the impact, any additional consequences of environmental consequences if the impact were to occur, taking into consideration design element and project changes, and so you just explain in part 3 why the particular element of the proposed action will not result in or may not result in a significant adverse environmental impact. In this case, Gene's identifying inconsistency with the comprehensive plan as the potential moderate impact. And I think what I'm hearing from Jay is you don't actually, yes, while it might be a technical non-conformity with the comprehensive plan, you don't think that it overall affects, I'll say, the plan of the community. And
I don't.
And that's 18.
I think it's small.
I think it's small.
I have to stay with the small part on that as well.
so then, Alex, if you'd move on to question 18.
Okay, thank you. 18, consistency with community character. The proposed project is inconsistent. This one's still subject to discussion. I noted no as a transition between commercial on both east and west sides, but that's my input. If you want to go through these questions and rule out no, small, moderate for yourselves, I don't mind going through these. Their logic for it, these all end up with no, realistically.
Yeah, I think you got it right.
And that's strictly because of what's on both sides of it. Was my thinking.
I agree,
Where-
Alex.
Where's the closest similar facility like this?
Right across the street. In their apartment complex across the street, across Route 12.
There's one, was it Van Etten?
Right behind the old spot.
Norton, on the spot.
Yes.
Prescott.
Prescott.
Took me a minute as well. So a few within a half mile.
Alex, I agree.
All right.
So that would be, your initial review of seeker. Alex has noted the answers. We've, the applicant has heard, or the applicant's representative has heard that we want a SHPO determination letter. So Alex has indicated that takes 4 to 6 weeks. If you want to have your discussion on whether you believe that this is, the preliminary development plan looks good to you, you are not going to vote tonight on approval of the resolution approving the preliminary development plan and local law, but if you've got any concerns or changes or tweaks that you want made to the preliminary development plan, this is the time to discuss it, because if you want changes to it, we got 4 to 6 weeks before we hear back from SHPO, and that'd give them time to update the preliminary development plan. Jay kind of already mentioned a little bit about the orientation of the building as being, it sounded like he had no concerns with that. So those are the types of, you're almost sitting like the planning board right now and reviewing the project and asking questions. If you want tweaks, now's the time to ask for them.
I have no questions.
Nor do I.
I'm good with it.
I have no
So-
comments on it.
No comments? Okay. I have no comments either.
So the SHPO is a requirement then, is what we've determined.
Jason, you're okay with letting Mike know to get that through Keystone?
Yes, as Alex indicated, because of the indication of potential Archeo's sensitivity, we need to get a letter from SHPO indicating that there's no archaeological significant concerns here.
Alex, are you gonna give him a letter telling him that he needs to do that?
That's what I was wondering if
I don't think that that's good enough, that's why I'm asking.
Okay,
mean,
I
for
didn't-
the project record from the town's reviewed it and telling him that he has to do that,
okay, I can formalize it.
okay? I just don't want any misunderstanding or expectations not be the same.
Oh, and then I meant to say this earlier. So in the 239 comments, I just want to address one of the comments, and then actually we need to Alex to address another one. So it notes, the town board should consider the most intensive uses allowed in the PDD-R2 district and full build-out of the project site in the event the proposed use changes. The PDD requires the preliminary development plan, which requires the applicant to show all buildings and the sizes of them to be constructed and all land use areas. And so I'm of the opinion that the land uses, the buildings in the land use areas have been identified, and so they've satisfied the requirement, because they cannot change those things. They're not allowed to do it by right. They have to come back for amendment to their development plan anytime that they want to, if they theoretically wanted to expand a building to make it larger. And so, those are speculative, potential future projects, which I think because of the way the PDD process works, we don't need to consider right now. If this was, I'll say, a normal rezoning to something that's not a PDD, where there is no plan, then we would have to consider the complete full build-out of the parcel to the maximum extent, because then those would be potentially allowed uses, and they'd be allowed to do that by right. So just wanted to address that. And then, Alex,
Nate, I'm sorry, but the last part, I got confused on what your actual comment was.
I'm just saying, I think that we are considering the most intensive uses allowed in this particular PDD R2 district, because the only allowed use is going to be this multifamily housing. They're not allowed to do anything else unless and until they come back and get new approvals. And that's, so I think that we've addressed the county's comment already, is my opinion.
And the comment you had about the size of the buildings, the footprint of the buildings as it's presented can't change.
Correct. Yep.
Got it, okay.
And then the, Alex, the note about the preliminary development plan zoning notes should also address the off-street parking requirement. Can you just touch on that? I think I remember you mentioning when we talked earlier.
So the applicant's drawing calls out 2 parking stalls off-site per unit, so for a total of 16. There are 8 units, they put 16. I'm not sure what she's referencing for 1 additional per.
So, I believe when you look at the schedule for the PDDR2 district, off-street parking requirement is 2 spaces per family unit and then 1 additional space per roomer. Other potentially allowed uses in the PDDR2 are rooming houses and boarding houses. And so if they showed a rooming house or a boarding house on the property, they'd have to have 1 space per roomer. And so I think that she probably, when looking at the PDDR2 schedule, didn't understand that difference.
Right, I was not looking at it that way, that they would have to have that extra.
Right. There are no roomers in proposed. It's 8 single family units. So they otherwise met the parking requirement, Alex, for 8 single family homes.
Correct, they've got 2 per, so they have 16.
Right. So just wanted to cover those.
Okay. Board have any other discussion on that? No.
I have none.
So we'll visit this again when the SHPO's done?
Yeah, I think Alex mentioned 4 to 6 weeks, so we will get confirmation or a letter from the applicant with the SHPO notice, and then, you know, that you'll be that will be presented to you at a meeting, and you guys will then schedule when this comes back onto the agenda.
Okay, let's do that. All right, we're gonna move on then.
Thank
We
you.
are down to department reports. 8.1 attorney's report.
Yep, relatively short there. I am requesting an executive session to discuss matters relating to the employment of an individual in the DPW, just to provide you an update on a matter that we've discussed previously. Any questions otherwise about the information in the report?
None.
None.
Good. Okay, move on. 8.2 supervisor's report. Got a few things on here. You saw the monthly financials on there. With the monthly financials, you'll see a resolution with budget modifications to adjust the budget lines so we can close the books for 2025. We cannot do that with lines that are short, so we made some adjustments. The other issue we have is the large copier printer in the copier room, in the mail room, is at end of life. It was a leased machine, and the clerks have gone through the process of figuring out how we get a new machine, and that we got a contract. Before I signed the contract, I sent it to Nate. Nate says, I can't sign the contract. Board approval. So,
Yep, it's just a procurement issue, and I was actually looking at the state OGS contracts. The town can likely procure copiers and printers through piggybacking off of a state contract. So whomever is responsible for this purchase should review those available options and come forward with a contract from that vendor with the indicated OGS contract number or
And-
some other piggybacking source.
And that piggyback would be a lease as well, or would we be purchasing it and then be responsible for the maintenance?
Yeah, so the way that I think that
Prefer the
they've
purchase.
yeah, it would typically be purchased, but it could be a lease purchase, which is just a purchase over time. but that'll depend on the terms of the OGS contract, because
We-
they,
Our current one was a lease though, is that?
Current, it was a lease, and it included, like, all the copiers and printers that are in the building. There's a ton of them. And they are part of that they are serviced and toner, whatever has to be done with them, it's all under the contract. That's what this contract is for, to continue that. So
yeah,
I don't know what you would do if you're gonna have to go out and buy all new machines.
Why?
Who's,
The service and the maintenance on it, whether or not you lease it or purchase it, is completely separate. So you can still get all the service, all the maintenance and the toner and everything else included in a monthly usage report.
that's not how it was sold to me, but
Isn't that what this shows here, that only one of the printers is under lease?
only one printer's on our lease. We own the rest, but they're all part of they're all
Yeah, they're all
included
part
in
of
the
the
contract
service
to
agreement.
service
Yeah,
agreement.
yeah.
Yeah, service agreement would be separate from ownership.
so if we own most of these copiers, printers, then it really is just a service agreement. Which again, I think we could probably piggyback off of something from the state.
Well, we can, but there still needs to be decision made on the large printer, I think, is what, Kevin, what you're saying.
Large printer is at end of life. It is not serviceable right now.
And that's the
It's
one
not.
that was leased.
It's done, the lease is up. As soon as the lease is up, it's considered, they won't touch it. They said it's old, it's end of life. They'll give us $200 for it to take it off our hands.
Take that offer,
What?
the $200.
I know. No, I agree 100%. Get that $200 to get that thing out of here.
So Kevin, maybe I wasn't looking at this whole thing correctly then. So all you need is a service agreement and a new giant copier. How
Right.
much
And-
did the new copiers cost?
But I think the discussion here that we were about to have was whether or not we lease it or we purchase the large copier.
Well, but yes, that is a valid discussion, but if one of these things annually costs less than the $5,000 procurement threshold, then you can just get one. We don't have to go through quotes. You know, what I thought was, it had looked to me like we were over the $8,000 for everything, but that's probably the service package.
I did not do this. This was presented to me, so I can't tell you I was just told that this is a contract to get a new printer in the mailroom, so.
Yeah, it's not clear, Nate. I can't give you a total on that either.
Right, and so they've just basically bundled it all.
Yeah, that's,
together.
I think it's all bundled in together, and that's why.
Right.
So is that what you're saying? You want to try to split it off?
Yeah, I mean, I think there's a distinction between the purchase of something and then the long-term servicing of something. Those are two separate acquisitions. So if they can give us a quote for the purchase of or lease of the large machine, and then separately give us a separate quote for the servicing of everything over a 5-year term, I'm curious what those two numbers end up being, because then we might end up falling below the procurement threshold for each. And I think that's okay to do, because again, they're different purposes, they're different acquisitions.
I doubt it for the large machine. I don't think you're going to be under that.
The machine that's in there now is the same make and model that I just replaced in my office. So, and it was, for me to purchase that one was about $8,000.
That's what the lease is.
Yeah. But
You own it at the end of the lease.
well, that I'm just, these monthly volumes in the pool contracts are what your service is. That's what you're paying for. and then you got overages
Yes.
because they're all pooled amounts. So town-wide, when you are doing more than 5,000 black and white 8.5 by 11s, that's all the town's allowed, and then it goes into the overage.
And that's what happened with the old lease. I think you guys adjusted these numbers, correct? I think Tim went through and kind of adjusted these numbers. The old lease, which is on there, as you can see, the old lease, we were paying a lot for overages.
Yep.
So we readjusted the numbers with this new lease to try to reflect a little better, so we're not going with the overages.
Right, so, there was just a definite financial benefit to purchasing it up front for me. That's why I'd like to see what the purchase cost would be for this, and then all you're paying is your pooled service maintenance cost per copy.
I can ask Tim to research that tomorrow. I was under the assumption that, and I might be wrong, that we couldn't purchase it. It had to be a lease. That's how this was presented to me.
Okay.
But, right, I mean, so, they said, yeah, we're gonna ask for a quote to buy it. And then a service contract.
I do think I am concerned about the total cost of, at least as what it looks like to me, is exceeding the $5,000 threshold, which means you need to get 2 quotes. You're gonna solicit 2 quotes, so, I mean, I don't know if there's other business solutions than Xerox locally available, but that's up to whomever it is in charge of this procurement to research and provide to the board their good faith efforts to acquire a second vendor for this. If there isn't one locally or available, then that's fine, but we just need something in the file to show we didn't have anything available.
All right, we'll keep working on it.
There's another vendor, Ed and Ed. They sell Conicas. So, I mean, if they are already a vendor for the town, you could reach out to them to get a quote for a compatible model to what you're looking at, or to what's there now. Because that's what I'm assuming this Xerox is a comparable model to
Yes.
what you're replacing. Yeah.
But the printer is still functioning, right?
Well,
I mean, we don't have a time like it's gonna die next week.
well,
or-
it's in the tie-dye function now. If you, everything you print comes out multicolored. So, official documents are coming out multicolored. It needs to be taken care of
Yeah.
before.
So, I mean, Gene already knows of another vendor, so we've got 1 quote, it's from Xerox. Get another quote, and that should justify satisfy the procurement policy.
Okay. We'll run it some different ways. We'll try to purchase it. We'll try to lease it. We'll try Ed and Ed. We'll put a lot more work into it and see what we can come up with. But we got to put it on next agenda. So.
Yeah, I was just wondering if it's gonna make it till next meeting.
Well,
Yeah.
we have probably 10 other ones in the town.
Okay,
So
that's, okay.
I mean, this large one is like, if I print out a contract or something, I send it down to the mailroom, because otherwise you're just wasting these other machines.
Yeah.
So, all right, so
Okay.
that takes care of that. We'll work on that for the next one. You see them, it says BC email here. Jody gave me this. This is for the 2 temporary code enforcement officers that were helping out, Randy and Nick. I don't know if Nick's really doing much anymore. It's just really Randy still helping out. We have to decide on that because we can no longer use them as temp positions in that title. That's what Broome County's telling us, civil service.
So it's a matter of changing, for Randy at least, it's a matter of changing it from temporary to part-time. And the rate stays the same, there's no other implications there, it's just we make a resolution changing his title from temporary to part-time? Is what I'm understanding
I
this is.
wouldn't see that as an issue, but what's the issue with temp? Is there a time frame,
There-
longevity issue?
I'm assuming it didn't say in the email, but I'm assuming it's like some sort of expiration. You're right. I think it's a time.
I think it's a time.
Has to be a civil service thing.
I don't want to speak out what I don't know, but I'm assuming it's a time frame. But I can try to get that information and
I just don't wanna get us, go through the motions of doing a part-time and that being a conflict with that title. I don't know what the issue is specifically with the title.
Board would have decided this.
There would've been civil service board at Broome County.
Department of Personnel.
It
Well-
explicitly says the board
no,
decided.
we decided. That's what this means.
Yeah, the
Has
town
the
board.
board
Oh, has the
decided on
board
what they
decided.
want to do? Because when we originally decided, the board made the decision to put him as temporary. So this email was sent to Jody. Has the
So then
board?
why-
She kept telling him.
Why
board
can't
had-
they be in temp positions then?
It explicitly says, as they can no longer be
Be
temps
in
in that
that
title.
title.
Okay,
it's
so
gotta be
they're
civil
saying that's a
service.
civil service
It has to
violation.
be.
So, I mean, I think just we follow up with civil service, come back to you folks at the next meeting with a,
With the options.
yeah, okay, here's what you need to do. I can prepare resolutions for those options if Broome County says, oh, you really need it done by next meeting. Then just, it'll be old business, resolutions will be in that old business item. We can tell you what our conversation was with them.
Would you dig out the offer letter? Because I don't
Yes.
believe it said a temporary position. They were offering you a temporary, it was a part-time position at so many, at a rate.
And if it does say that, then she just needs to send it to civil service and change it.
If they had that information.
Maybe they
that may
don't.
clear up this issue.
Okay.
The
New York
temporary-
Civil Service Law, Section 64 says a temporary appointment may be made for no more than 3 months, not exceeding 3 months.
Okay.
Well, that clears up that there is a sunset on how long a temporary employee in that title can last. And if the offer was not that way, I don't know why they have them in there as temporary.
There could have been some miscommunication up in the office, so let's look into that. And if we don't correct it, it'll be on the next agenda to correct.
Perfect.
Okay? Okay, moving on. You ready?
Resolutions.
Resolutions, 9.
Okay.
Oh, geez,
No,
I'm
no.
sorry. I told you to remind me.
Good work, good work.
So, everybody see the letter that came? I sent it to you late because Darren sent it to me earlier. It's official that we won the salt shed grant, thanks to Darren and Mari. It's $560,000.
That's a good one.
We have to make a decision on how to proceed with it. I guess there was just some discussion earlier.
Yeah, so, just prior to the meeting, Darren and I were chatting about the process for moving this forward, and he mentioned, his intention of utilizing a Sourcewell contract to acquire and build the whole thing. And I flagged to him, some pending litigation with another municipality about this issue. And so, I don't know what you folks are gonna wanna do, but an attorney-client session to discuss, for me to give you my opinion about the pending issue, so that you can potentially make a decision, or at least be informed about options. And, then you can hear Darren, Darren would really like this salt shed built this year. He was planning on it being done in the summer so that he could get salt stored for the winter. My understanding from Darren, and I haven't looked at the documents themselves, but the monies have to be finally spent by the end of 2027. So we do have 2 years to spend the money, which should be enough time, more than enough time to do I'll say, non-cooperative purchasing process for the design of a pre-manufactured building and related site work. But that's there's advice that I can give and options that I'd like to explain to you, which are not necessarily you should hear in private, and then make your decision in public, of course.
board okay with that?
Yes.
I am, I just don't, without hearing the advice first, I don't know, I mean, it's all public, that's out there, so I'm not sure.
But as an attorney-client,
Yeah, it'd just be an
Session.
attorney-client
Yeah.
session.
give us
Right,
information on.
That,
Okay, so then let's, before we get into that, then, are you good?
Darren can come to the attorney-client session too, which I think would be helpful for him.
Okay, so we'll do that at the end.
As long as it's built this year.
All right, moving right along. Resolutions.
9.1, resolution approving abstract number 1.
So moved.
Second. Any discussion?
I have
None.
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 Mr. Slota?
Aye.
Mr. Simonis?
Aye.
Mr. Johnson?
Aye.
Mr. Hulbert?
aye,
Mr. Warden?
Aye.
9.2, resolution authorizing C1B change order 3.
So just real quick before, the reason these are back on here is we did them by motions last meeting and not by resolution, and the clerks caught that. So we have to do them by resolution. So go ahead, sorry.
No, I already said it.
Okay. So 9.2. So moved.
Second.
Any discussion?
I have
None.
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 Mr. Slota?
Aye.
Mr. Simonis?
Aye.
Mr. Johnson?
Aye.
Mr. Hulbert?
aye,
Mr. Warden?
Aye.
9.3, resolution authorizing C1C change order 3.
So moved.
Second.
Any discussion?
None.
None.
Mr.
Aye.
Mr. Slota?
Aye.
Mr. Simonis?
Aye.
Mr. Johnson?
Aye.
Mr. Hulbert?
aye,
Mr. Warden?
Aye.
9.4, resolution authorizing C1D change order 3.
So moved.
Second.
Any discussion?
None.
None.
I have none.
Mr. Slota?
Aye.
Mr. Simonis?
Aye.
Mr. Johnson?
Aye.
Mr. Hulbert?
aye,
Mr. Warden?
Aye.
9.5, resolution authorizing budget modifications.
So moved.
Second.
Any discussion? Any questions?
None.
None.
No.
after we do this and you get to close the books out.
Yeah.
Will we be able to get numbers from the CPA on where the year-end, fund balance and stuff is?
Yes. Could have probably did it off of his December financials, but I wanted to wait till the books were closed because there might be some changes after this.
Okay.
Okay?
Thanks, Scott.
All right, no problem.
Mr. Slota?
Aye.
Mr. Simonis?
Aye.
Mr. Johnson?
Aye.
Mr. Hulbert?
Aye,
Mr. Warden?
Aye.
And then 9.6 and 9.7 are going to be delayed until we revisit the Smith Hill Road rezone.
Understood. Okay, so the only thing I didn't, the wastewater treatment plant we didn't have on here, we did not have any information, no other pay apps came in or anything. Have been signing a lot of field orders under 30,000, so I'm getting concerned with those. So I don't know if the board wants to see them or if you're fine with them.
that, from I look at that in the monthly report.
Okay.
to
So
see
you are
that-
tracking, do you understand all the ones that are coming through?
Not the individual ones that you're signing, but in the monthly report.
You're
that-
seeing the total from that line.
That the engineer is putting together when they address the financials. I'm looking to see if the forecasted budget is good or not, and that's where I'm tracking.
So that field order is down to about 12,000 now. And I said, when that's exhausted, I'm not signing anymore. It's gonna be up to the board.
Yeah, I would agree that you don't have the authority to do that after that.
Thank you. That's just, I'm tired of signing this, whatever. I could go on for hours. I'm not gonna get into it right now, but it's stressful. Okay.
Try to clean them up on Wednesdays for you.
It's not you.
No, I
It's-
know.
Everybody knows. Just, all right. So we're going on future board topics. 10.1. gonna have the procurement contracts for the next meeting?
Should be able to, and this is again just my review of now at the 2025 acquisitions. You know, Darren and Joy have given a lot of good information so far. I need to just circle back with Greg. The new bookkeeper was actually very helpful because she was able to print out for me the 1099 list, which has the total amounts paid to every vendor, which makes it really easy to be like, oh, look into this one, look into that one. What do we buy here? So I'm planning on trying to wrap that up or move that forward tomorrow when I'm here, and then ideally finish next Thursday or a week from tomorrow.
Okay, so we'll have that on there. Climate Smart Community Grant Terms and Condition. You working on that, Alex, or is that with
What was that?
the Climate Smart?
Yeah, so I guess where we left that before was Ashley and I reached out and gave you some background info. I don't know how you want to proceed with that.
That's on the 2 for future topics list.
Yep.
Not for discussion.
No, not for discussion tonight. Do you want that on the next meeting?
That's up to you guys. We do need to move it ahead.
Okay.
Do we want her to be there or just have a discussion on it for that night?
You tell me what we
I
need to
don't know,
do.
without seeing what you're gonna present, I'll leave that up to you.
Yeah, the discussion last time was, you know, what's my involvement on it versus not, and who's going to take charge of it was the piece.
That's a good point, then.
That's the big piece for the next meeting is, you know, who do you want on it? If it's not necessarily mine from an engineering standpoint, unless you tell me it is.
Why?
I'm not sure who it would normally fall to. It's not really an engineering thing necessarily, but it can be. It's not in my scope. That's why I mentioned it, Gene. We talked about it last. Me trying to stay in scope, and is CSC mine to run or somebody else? It's not something that I've done before. I don't really have a CSC background. I knew enough to get you the grant. That was it on that one. I pulled in Ashley in the email to at least give you some info on what the program is so you can see that. But from there, I'm not sure where it heads.
I have to agree with you. I know it's not in your scope, so the board has to decide how they want to handle this.
And I think Ashley's available, but there is also someone at Cornell Co-op that assists on these.
It seems like they're going to be quite a bit involved in doing this to receive this $90,000.
To be a climate smart community, yes. The
Quite
grant
a
piece
bit.
by itself isn't so bad. To be a climate smart community is a kind of a lifetime thing.
Alex, what I'd like to see is the documentation prepared for the agenda item with your recommendation.
Okay.
For the conversation on the board.
Fair enough.
Is that fair enough?
Yep. That's okay.
We have wastewater treatment plant RFP. Greg, I talked to Greg today. He said he was still waiting for comments back from the board members if you wanted anything changed in that RFP. Send them to him.
It actually reminded me of a discussion I had with the union rep for the DPW today about,
RFP.
and well, not that RFP, but about paying operators. And he and Seth both sounded tentatively in agreement to increasing the, going outside the contract to offer more pay to operators. They didn't agree to a number, but that is something that, if we want to discuss an executive session about a number, we could potentially add that. Maybe not tonight, but if you want to do it at a future board meeting, that would be potentially a avenue to go down.
Yes. But not tonight.
I agree. Yes, and not tonight.
Yes, not tonight. But we'll leave that, I'm gonna leave that on there for the next agenda. If anybody's got stuff for that RFP, please get it to Greg so we can look at that at the next meeting. So are you gonna do the secure vestibule? Is that for the next meeting, or?
I think let us get you documents and a request to get put on rather than put us on in 2 weeks. Greg and I need to get our in-house stuff and then give to Keystone and give them time to give that estimate.
So
He's-
not in 2 weeks?
I don't wanna commit to 2 weeks
Okay,
and then,
that's fine.
then have you yell at me again.
Okay.
The concern I've got with it, just going off, is we've got a contract and agreement with Keystone to perform the services within a certain period of time, with an expectation on when the construction's gonna happen and everything. So I need you all as a team to get together and get that squared away and stop kicking it down the road.
Yep.
So I'm expecting that at our next meeting, that timeline is presented for us to know what's gonna happen and when it's gonna happen, and we stop giving everybody the ability to slide it without our input.
So we're gonna put that on next meeting?
Well, no, because it won't have back to Keystone at that point.
Yeah.
Just go with G's.
I think that that's scheduled.
Yeah, you're looking for what the expectation is. Yeah, what was it committed to in the contract?
I don't know. I can give that update.
We're gonna have to entertain extensions to Keystone because we're delaying this, and I don't want somebody going back to Keystone saying you're 4 weeks late, 6 weeks late, and it's not their fault. And I don't want the vestibule getting built in 2027. So, whatever schedule you submit for the agenda for us to review, my expectation is that it's worked out, coordinated with you and with Greg and with Keystone. And that's the last time that I wanna see things slide. That's my opinion,
So is the schedule on next meeting?
the schedule.
Just making sure. We gotta put the comprehensive plan
Right.
committee back on
I was gonna mention that, yes.
next meeting. Resolution for the dog license. Nate's got that. Building condition study, next agenda with more info. Copier on the next agenda with all the info we can get.
And Adam, you said that you already had Adam as a vendor,
Yes.
so, but if you need a contact, let me know, but otherwise, just reach out to him.
Does anybody got anything else for next agenda?
Titles.
Okay.
Salt shed. Depending on our conversations later.
Okay. Put salt shed back
But
on
if we
there.
can put that on there, I can even do it under a report for highway. That way, in case we don't have enough information, I'll have some other stuff, but I can get at least hopefully something going.
Does anybody have anything else?
I don't know.
Nothing. I think we're gonna have plenty.
Looks like it.
All right. Then we're gonna move on. Number 11, open forum. Guests shall speak in an orderly fashion or limited to remarks of 5 time minutes or less. The speaker shall deliver their comments or concerns in civil tone or without the use of profanity, personal attacks, or other disruptive behavior which may result in the offender's removal from the meeting. Speakers shall not be interrupted except for in the matter of urgency. Would anybody like to speak at the end of the meeting? Please come up to the mic.
last year, my taxes were $90. This year, they were $420. I have not gotten any idea of what they're for. They said that they sent out a letter in November, and they didn't. And I just want to know why taxes go up 500% in 1 year. I mean, that's both of them. It's an empty lot. It's used as a town turnaround at the end of Kennedy Road. And I've had it 45 years. It should not go up 500%. I think that's ridiculous. I talked to Greg a couple of times. He hasn't given me any information on why. I've been calling the city, trying to find out why, and they haven't given me an answer yet. So, you know, I'm up in the air. Why? Why? You know? Had it 45 years. Paid $1,100 a lot. In 3 years, the taxes would pay for the lot. And it's just too much for an empty lot. So I'd like to have something happen here instead of, you know, just, you know what I mean? Because this is ridiculous. It's ridiculous. You live paycheck to paycheck, and then you get a $500 or a 500% increase in your taxes. That's not right. That's just criminal. And that's what I have to say about it. It's ridiculous. It's ridiculous.
Have you contacted the water and sewer department?
I haven't been able to get to him because Greg hasn't. I've only texted him.
Well, you need to
So
call the office.
What I need is information on why it went up 500%.
They'll tell you if you call the water and sewer department why it went up that much.
But I haven't been able to get through to him, and it's been 3 weeks.
There is also information on the
I
minute,
don't have a computer, so.
but you don't need one to go to the clerk's office to get copies of the public hearing materials. So, I mean, I'm just giving you a different avenue of getting the information. So with the increases on the user rates, that was a public hearing and that information was given there. The tax issue is a separate issue, and there is a process for the grievances on the assessment. So that's a different issue.
Well, here, the deal is, last year, Shenango Con Sewer was billed at a taxable value of 1, and that was a tax rate of 11.766. This year, Shenango Con Sewer bond 1, and the tax rate is 259.06. Is that correct? 259 from 11?
No. You have,
From 11.
there should be 2 different lines on there. Your consolidated sewer debt line.
Right here. Right on. Right here on
Understood,
top.
but those are, the taxes are different than the assessment. So if you see the clerk, if you call Greg and ask him the questions that you've got, call the sewer and water department to talk to Greg, get the information from him. You also have the avenue to stop in to see Adam Donahue, the clerk, to get the information on the public hearing materials that was presented before the rates went up. That information was available, and then the tax issue for the assessment, you can apply and make an application to the grievance board for that.
I'm more than happy to talk to you. Come see me.
There.
Okay, thank you.
Anybody else like to speak tonight? Not seeing anybody. We are going to move on. Anybody like to make a motion?
There were, just as a reminder, 2 executive sessions. One to discuss your comp plan committee potential appointments, to discuss the applicants for that. The second was to discuss a matter relating to the appointment, employment, promotion, discipline of an employee in the DPW. And then also, I recommended having an attorney-client session tonight. Attorney-client sessions, if you want, we can have a video chat during convenient time that the board members are available. We don't have to do that during a regular board meeting. It's just often convenient, but if we're running out of time, we don't have to do that tonight.
I mean, is the attorney-client gonna be quick? Because that's the one with Darren in it.
I don't know. I really don't know which,
Sorry.
like, there's,
I really think it will be.
I think I understand why Gene says that, and you guys might all agree with him, and yeah, it could be quick.
All right, I make a motion for attorney-client session and include Darren with us.
To
And
discuss the salt shed.
Nate and Darren. Well, obviously Nate.
Second.
Any discussion? Roll call.
Mr. Slota?
Aye.
Mr. Simonis?
Aye.
Mr. Johnson? Mr. Hulbert? Mr. Warden?
Aye. personnel issue and DPW with me.
I mean, you can do one motion that covers both reasons, effectively. So, also to discuss matters relating to the appointment of comprehensive plan committee members.
Well, I thought we had the, code enforcement officer.
You guys do have that discussion.
Okay.
I forgot about that. Do those two.
That, the DPW.
DPW, personnel issue and code enforcement officer. All right, I'll second. Okay, we're continuing.
Motion to retain Bond, Shonik, and King to assist with a disciplinary matter with an employee.
Second.
Any discussion?
Have none.
None.
Okay.
Mr. Flota?
Aye.
Mr. Smonis?
Aye.
Mr. Johnson?
Aye.
Mr. Hulbert?
Aye.
Mr. Warden?
Aye. I think that's it for tonight. Any?
I thought we just said it was part of the job.
What was the other one, though? There is one more.
No, that was it, but then we decided that's an HR.
Part of the job? Oh, no, that was an HR issue.
Yeah, so it doesn't need to be a formal resolution. It's an HR issue.
I think
I thought it was part of the job. Was it part of the job description?
it is part of the job responsibilities, but,
Oh, because he made a request.
yeah,
I think we need to respond to that.
it was, I don't have any issue with doing that as a motion for the clarity from the board and the position. So, I'll make a motion that the position for the code enforcement official's duties, a portion of the duties is to respond to the after-hours calls, and that is a job responsibility.
I'll second that.
Any discussion?
I have none.
Done.
Just
None.
that it's noted that the compensation for this will be the overtime rate.
Yeah, it's time and a half.
If it's overtime,
If it's overtime.
Correct, yeah.
yes.
Okay, roll call.
Mr. Slota?
Aye.
Mr. Smonis?
Aye.
Mr. Johnson?
Aye.
Mr. Hulbert?
Aye.
Mr. Warden?
Aye. All right, I think that does conclude our business for tonight.
Make a motion to adjourn.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Are we still contacting John Kuzis for problems? Okay.
we're a municipality, and we like store guy, he didn't do it back then, he would do something, and he's another guy that was in Street Heights, Jake,
It's bothering me. Yeah, thank God.
we went through arbitration with, the fire department.
I talked, and then we forget about it. I said, I got more things to worry about. Right.
And I sat through, I was, that was my key.
Let me say, I'll send you,
I'll tell you what, so Paul,
tomorrow.
Paul was like a colonel.
And let's get some dates together. And I'll do
At the
something
time,
else.
I was
Absolutely.
78,
Yep, however,
for 5 years.
I'm actually,
I was trying to sell my
and
PA
then you know
benefits,
what?
because I
Yeah, for the first
tracked
thing
him all area, and I was saying, it's full on.
Start to deal with
But the gist of it
Yeah, I'm in a
is,
good
they
point
tried to
where I
send me a check for $20,000. So I was at a meeting.
I was so busy with all dinner, got crazy.
Oh, I was chatting with me. For arbitration, we're there like 20 minutes early. I was like, I think going, I was like, oh, it's no good.
That's okay, I'm okay.
Once you get it, you can settle.
You know what I mean? Yeah.
Oh, that, he's like, got all lit up. He's like, they're gonna give you the 20,000 once, and then never give you a dime.
It always sounds
Like,
really
they're trying to get you a settlement. Do not sign that, do not deposit that. So, he's kind enough to, like, I went to his office, and I put kind of like, veteran camp for so long. He can get on the phone, we get pushed around, unless he was Buffalo, like, you know, he was his younger brother. Forever grateful for Paul. I did.
That person can, we already know, but during the period of the event somewhere, that person will be able to get the content.
Paul fought it for like a year.
You know what I mean?
And I said, Paul,
I'm not really sure, it's been a long time since I did this one.
but literally,
Well, let's pull it out and dust it off, because you know what? It's been a long time for me too, and the one we had at the plant. So we've updated some, because my name got put into it,
the thing is,
but we
I
never
should've
really got
filed
it adopted, because they never made it. So there's some, you know, we gotta go
And even
through
if
the
we,
line.
even if we break it up
Well, that's
between
what
us
they
and
call
say, I'll take
districts.
this, and you take that check.
Right.
Yeah, yeah,
Or if we all
So,
look
like,
at
if I
this
had
section,
filed
Yeah.
got our things,
yeah.
move to the next section.
That's fine, I'm okay with that too.
See how it goes.
I probably would've gotten
100%.
it.
I will, and I'll be able to pick you some time,
but yeah,
literally,
no.
You're good.
like every week or so, just to say, hey, we got a meeting to
Right,
look at this,
right.
so,
I
cause I
didn't
think if
stay
we
up
don't
on it,
schedule it,
that was like Paul's
it'll
thing.
suck.
Oh, yeah.
So, I'm okay chunking something once a
Right.
week.
That's fine.
Appeals.
Yeah, no, that's
I'm good with
definitely.
that, I'll come down with that.
Okay.
Right,
Like I
so,
said, it's only like probably an hour
I
worth
let
of
it
stuff
fall
to
off.
get us, and then we do bond or whatever.
yeah,
Here, I